much for to playing my game.
I'm gonna turn that down just a pinch. It feels loud to me. I don't know if it actually is. But, yeah. Let's see. Window capture. Ta-da! Oh, okay. That answers that question. Okay, actually, I'm gonna hide that real quick. Make sure that I'm not. Yep, nope, that would've. All the things I don't want you to see. Did I finish this page? I guess I kind of did. Okay. Anyway, cool. So we're back with this page. This page that does not look familiar. I don't think to anybody, because I did some coloring yesterday. Didn't stream it. For no particular reason other than I was just like, I don't know if I want to. So I didn't. But here we are today. So we're gonna knock this one out, and then one other picture, one other page, and then that'll be it for these pages that need to be colored, and then eventually I'll be back. But yeah, since I have no real schedule for streaming, I may be streaming a lot in the next coming days. I have quite a few. If I've done my math right, I think I've got 16 more pages that I want to do for this collection, because I am insane. This collection of short stories. I have 16 more pages that I want to get done in time for my preferred deadline. Sorry, Trixie. There's a cat in my lap, and I just accidentally bonked her on the head with my elbow. But yeah, there is. While I wait to hear back about, excuse me. While I wait to hear back about some work, some other work that I have, that I've been doing, I'm going to be, I don't want to say slogging, because slogging makes it sound like I don't enjoy it. I would definitely be like buckling down to try and get all of what I need to get done, so that I can hit the deadline that I want for getting stuff shipped out and getting stuff printed. So here's hoping that'll happen. In a not neck-breaky fashion. You know, nothing like starting off the new year being like, I may have given myself a little bit more to do than I thought. Not in a bad way though. I'm gonna put this on a separate layer because I don't know if I... I understand how hair works. I should have put these lines in while I was inking originally, but I didn't. Maybe if I make them thicker. But yeah, there's another cat. The other cat has appeared in my office, but he's sitting in the window watching the snow. This is actually, now that I realize it, it's his first snow. So that might explain why he's been so all over the place and a little bit weird the last 24 hours or so, because he doesn't understand what's falling from the sky. I would assume. I don't know how much animals pay attention to that. That and the fact that we had the fireplace on again last night, so everyone got to have some cozy cuddles as the snow fell. Doesn't matter. Just erase that just in case. No need for it to be there. I will say one of the things that, one of the possibilities that I really started to enjoy from experimenting with working in black and white, and then like just was filling up so much of the page with just jet black. Like, haha, I have a brush pen that's perfect for this. I'm just flooding the page with black ink. It's gonna be a night sky anyway, so might as well. Why did my phone buzz? Who is buzzing me? Ah, yes. What? Will you two stop? You... Okay. Alright. You were a naughty boy, young man. I just lost a lap cat because somebody decided to be a jerk and attack her while she was laying down and minding her own business. You are a goober. I think that's all right. Hello. How are things going? My speakers. But I think not that it matters to me. Yeah, I'm gonna. Haha. Let's try that. Oop. It's going good now. Pretty good. Can't complain. Have finally got the snow that I've been wanting all December, and I don't know, depending on how much the weather forecast is lying to me. It may stay around for a bit. But yeah, no, I don't know, pretty good. Self-imposed deadlines aside, yeah, no, I think things are going pretty good. No major complaints, no, major upsets or anything. Hanging in there. Deadlines are good. Deadlines are good. And I can't. Well, I shouldn't complain because I am the one who set my own deadline. So there's no one to blame but me. However, we'll see how future me feels about it in a few days. How I feel about the deadline I've given myself. Like, the deadline itself isn't inherently bad. It's just I did that thing that I am sometimes apt to do, where I was like, okay, I should have this done by this time, and that is completely reasonable. And then I do slightly something unreasonable, like adding more to my plate. Not an astronomical amount or anything, but enough to where it's like, maybe I shouldn't have done that. I hope it won't come back to bite me in the butt. But only time will tell. And we'll see how that goes. We're also going to see how this goes, because, well, this is supposed to be a night scene. I haven't fully decided how I want to color it. So, experimentation time. It's how you learn. But yeah, I hope things are going well with you. There we go. Blend that a bit more. Okay, we're gonna lay the arts down. Thank you. I made it myself. No. Going okay, just working and staying warm on the wifey sleeps. They're still playing. Yeah, so Yes and no. So we're I've been running a game for a little over a year. Yeah, I think we've definitely hit the over a year mark for some friends from college. And fingers crossed everything goes well. We should be playing tonight. We didn't play last night or last Tuesday just because of inclement weather concerns, and then also just life got in the way for some people, so we were like, let's just reschedule. It's not going to kill anybody. Might help if I picked a new brush. It's not gonna, no one's gonna be put out if we decide to reschedule a bit. So that's been going on. The game that we were playing, that Hubs was DMing, unfortunately, hit a bit. It fell victim to the same thing that most things fall victim to, that most D&D campaigns fall victim to, was scheduling issues. That'll hopefully be rectified soon. There's like a little bit of burnout on his side from just work and DMing, and then a good friend of ours, one of the players who was started having scheduling issues with their job and everything. So it kind of gets a little harder to play when stuff like that happens. But the upside being that hopefully it seems like the friend seems to be in a position, or getting closer to being in a position, where they'll be able to play again because their schedule will be a little more consistent soon. And Hubs has actually been playing, I think just last night he finished Baldur's Gate, and so he mentioned that's kind of been piquing his interest to get back into DMing and kind of scratching that itch for him. So it's been an age since we played that game, and so my poor character has been in a state of emotional distress for a very long time. But it's cool. It's fine. He's gonna hopefully get out of that soon if we're able to start playing again. There's only starting over to find more stuff. Yeah, no, I say he finished the game last night. But he's already talked about wanting to do like another playthrough. Because of not being fully jazzed with some stuff that happened. And also, I shouldn't smack my mic. That's not helpful. Yeah, just not being fully jazzed with some things that went down, and he's been curious to see how it would look, how a playthrough would look if I made the decisions. Because I am not fully interested in the combat. I am, however, interested in the storyline. So if it was like, if I'm kind of curious to get that like visual novel itch scratched, but outside of that, I'm not fully interested in the combat mechanics and stuff like that. I am still too stuck in with Breath of the Wild and avoiding getting to the end because I don't want the game to end. I mean, not Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom. Because I don't want the game to end, because I know I won't go back and do other stuff once the game is over. So Yeah, one one of the mistakes, which is funny to me because again, I wasn't playing, but he kind of looked up at me and he's like, so I didn't realize that I had to romance or make a move on someone in Act 1. Because you know, like if you make it into Act 2, like there's no options. So he did a completely unintentional ace playthrough of the game. Where it's just like, oh, okay, well, yeah, I don't get to see, I don't get to have all of these sort of extra experiences that other people are having. No, Asterin, just 100% ace, unintentional ace Dragonborn playthrough, no romance, no nothing, everyone is just really good friends. Yeah, Withers has been sassing him rather regularly through the game. It was just like, I see you've had all of these adventures and all of these other things, but no maidens, no hugs, no snoo, no kisses, no cuddles, no nothing. Like Withers was one step off of basically just calling him a scrub. I was just like, rude. Shadowheart is bae. I have seen a lot of people, I can see where people are definitely into Shadowheart. I get the appeal. We were talking about it last night, and I told him, I was like, you realize if we do the playthrough, because that's how we did Mass Effect. I was kind of interested in playing, but not actually playing. Like, again, the more visual novel aspect. So he did the combat missions and then let me do all of the choices. So I was like, you realize if we do a playthrough like that of Baldur's Gate, chances are it's gonna come down to Astarion and Karlach for me, because both of them are Karlach is huge and doofy, and I'm sorry, when I realized that her idol animation is just her just dancing, just wiggling around and dancing, and I was just like, oh no, I love her. And then I found out more about her and I was like, oh no, I love her even more. Karlach is a sweet bean, and I want to hug her. Like, I was sitting there when like they got to the whole point of like, she's like, I just want a hug, and I was just like, oh my god, you have to hug her now. Like, I know this isn't my playthrough, but please, please hug her. If you don't, I'm going to judge you. You need to hug her right now. Missed a shot with Karlach, and I regret it. He was very disappointed. Yeah, no, I remember that moment that night. Karlach was like, lol, no, we're just friends. And he handled it okay. He did okay. I'm giving him a hard time. He was all right. Okay, you're not telling the whole truth. Like, yes, you did spec her that way, but you also had her, like, jackets weren't the only thing that you had her throwing at people. You had her throwing people at people. Or I guess ex-people. Like, he gave her the body of someone that they killed early in the game and was like, throw this. throw this corpse at people. It's like you'd have henchmen coming in. It's like one of those like not Scooby-Doo, but like old Batman cartoon kind of moments where it's just like all of the bad guys run around the corner only to have like the body of their cohort thrown at them and they all get bowled over. Is it snowing where y'all are at? It's trying to again today, but not much. It started out yesterday kind of like a light dusting, and then all that early morning stuff kind of melted, and so by like around 10 so I was kind of convinced that we weren't going to really get anything, and it's like, okay, well, that's the snow that we're gonna get. And then at 11, apparently the sky was not happy with me for not appreciating its earlier gift. So fat snowflakes started falling, and yeah, so I don't know how much, like, it's done a few flurries that I've noticed today. I don't know how much more that's gonna carry through till into tomorrow. Or did I put that on the right layer? I don't know how much that's gonna, oh, that's what's happening. I don't know how much is actually gonna happen today, but you know, I'm always hopeful for more snow. I like the snow. If it's gonna be cold here, it should be cold with a purpose. You know, that's at least my outlook on it. Yes, that is what I want. Oh yeah, no, I was like, oh, like, it snowed and that's nice. Like, look, everything's got like, you know, that kind of powdered sugar dusting. I was like, that's nice. I appreciate it. Like, thank you. I'll take it. Like, I mean, probably not gonna get much more snow, but like, I'll take it. And apparently it decided that I was ungrateful, and so it was like, well then, let me pull up my sleeves and just vomit snow everywhere. But yeah, no, then the thick flakes started falling, and I was like, oh. Oop, nope. That was... Okay, that's also a little too much. Brush. But yeah, so it's been...
This is a Game Shops jam.
What? Oh. I was very confused for a second. I was like, there should be no ads. How dare. But no, it was just a bit of audio that the person who made this decided it needed. Oh, that's what I need. Oh, okay. Nope, I just remembered something. I need to erase those lines. Oop. So, I realize this line doesn't need to be here. I don't think. I don't know now. Oh no, I'm second guessing myself. This is bad. Like, I remember looking at... Haha, spoilers. Not really spoilers. Should I get rid of those? I feel like if I don't, no, because then it feels like the door is opening the wrong way if I leave that there because of how they're standing by the door. But the door is supposed to swing inwards, and so you wouldn't see that bit of the door, because if you were outside, it would be swinging away from you. You wouldn't see that bit. You know what? I'm gonna erase it. Because I should have erased it earlier. And it only just now hit me that I hadn't. And now the door is gonna look a little weird just because I'm used to seeing those there, but those, again, those lines would not be there. If she was opening the door towards her, you wouldn't be able to see that. Bah. It just looks weird now because I'm used to seeing those lines there, and it's just like, bah. But no, that is how that should look. Yes, that is how that should look. Okay. Oh dear. No. 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 Brush too thick. Brush on wrong layer. So many problems. Okay, I'm going back to YouTubing while I'm painting. I'm keeping it cheap. Okay. I appreciate you stopping by. Or well, you'll still be here, I guess. Now that means I can just sit here and talk about him as much as I want, and there's nothing he can do to stop me. I'm gonna talk about all the weird stuff he did in Baldur's Gate. And by weird stuff, I mean all of the stuff that I've already said. all the things that he's already willingly shared with this. I've been in the stream since it started. I just had it muted while I listened to the Super Eye Patch Wolf Game Grumps video game club. Yeah, no, I'm teasing you. I know you've been there. I appreciate you sitting in on my streams when you can. I appreciate when anyone sits in on my streams. Nobody has to pay attention to me. Nobody has to listen to me. Nobody's obligated. I appreciate it. I just like teasing you because it's fun. No! Stop the worm! Yeah, about that. So I had kind of mentioned it in the, I guess, the welcome back, the I'm back stream thing that I did it was last week. If I had procrastinated because at one point it did become kind of procrastination. If I had procrastinated any longer, it probably would have been around a full 4 years since I had streamed. Because if I remember correctly, I started streaming during the Panini, because I missed my friends. I missed my friends and I missed interacting with people, and I was like, this will be a way in which I can interact and reconnect with people and stuff, like is streaming and everything. And then a lot of stuff happened, not bad stuff, thankfully, but you know, we ended up there was, you know, a wedding, and then we moved, and then some other stuff happened, and I just kept putting it off because I was like, well, once I get, you know, my office space rather set up, you know, I'll start streaming again. And then we ooh, why did that just stop? Oh, that's okay. That's some internet issues. That's fine. I'm sure the music will come back on soon enough. If not, you'll just have to listen to the dulcet sounds of my voice. Okay, there it goes. But yeah, no, like a lot of just so there was the move. There was packing up the house, which obviously took a lot of time, and didn't really leave time for streaming because, you know, I had to put stuff in boxes. And yeah, so we moved, funnily enough, we moved like 2 minutes up the road from where we were already living. So we're still in the mountains. I am still a mountain dweller, but we wanted to move into a larger space. And so no. I think you're confused. We move. So if you're the house that I think you're thinking of is the house that we're still in. That is the house that we moved into in the summer of 2021, which is why I spent most of 2020, the end of 2020, like throwing stuff in boxes and then taking stuff to storage, no, not the end of 2020. It was anyway, spring of 2021. A lot of time was spent putting stuff in boxes and getting stuff where it needed to be so that we could, you know, do the move. That is the wrong word. We could do the move, and then there was the wedding in 2021, and then there was just life happened, and then life kept happening, and then I blinked and 2022 had come and gone, and then I blinked in 2023 had come and gone, and towards the end of 2023 I was like, you know, I'd kind of hoped that I would start streaming again, and I'm a little disappointed that I didn't, but like I also like both 2021 and like 2021, 2022, and 2023 all had some really cool, huge things that happened that, like, yeah, I might be disappointed that I didn't get back into streaming like I had hoped, but like I'm still not mad at the stuff that happened that kind of ate up my time and caused that to happen. So like I got to I got into Emerald City and I went to Seattle, and that was an adventure, and that now feels like a lifetime ago. And then I got into C2E2 last year, and so I got to go to Chicago, so that was an adventure. A lot of stuff has happened, and it's a lot of really cool stuff. So while I was disappointed that I didn't restart streaming, at the same time, it's like, you're doing so much. Like, don't be don't be so hard on yourself. You don't realize how much stuff you have until you try to move. Yeah, no, that's and then the worst part about it is that when we were moving, like, I did some purging while we were moving, but there was some other stuff that I was just like, it's that situation of, it's like, you know what, let's just get it to the new house, and while we're unpacking it, if we really decide that we don't want it, then, you know, we can just donate it. So there was a lot of that happened. I just kind of, there was a small part of me that wished I had purged more, obviously before, before we made the move, especially with unboxing everything, like having to then go back and unbox everything, but like, you know, it ended up working out, and some other stuff, it's made purging stuff since even easier, because it's like, you know, if it's been in a box this long, unless it's 100% because we have nowhere, like we don't have shelves to put it on or whatever, it's like, did we really need it? Like, did we really miss it? Let's donate it, let's trash it, let's, you know, give it to someone who would use it. So we've been in Korea for a full year now, and like, I remember, I thought, okay, so it was Thailand. I thought that you had moved to Singapore, for some reason, or that, like, maybe clearly I got confused, but I thought you had been in Singapore. But like, yeah, that's really neat that you guys, it's cool that you guys are, well, I mean, I'm assuming after a year you probably feel a bit more settled. We're going to start another purge soon as we set up for our next move at the end of 24. Oh god. Are you guys just moving houses, or are you moving another country? Because good luck. I mean, good luck with either, but like, you know, good luck in general, because I am very much a I will do it myself kind of person. I didn't realize just how much of packing up our old house, our previous house, I did until Hubs mentioned it while we were finishing up the paperwork process or going through that. Like, I think I was stressing about something that we needed to finalize or something that we needed to get signed or whatever, and I was like, you know, so and so sent us this email and I need to like look into it and everything, but I haven't had a chance to look at it. And he was like, you know, you've done like you've packed up like 95% of the house, like, yeah, like you had friends come up and help you, but like you've done most of the packing and everything. Like, I've just been coming home from work and noticing that stuff is missing slowly. And like, you know, he would go with me on trips to the storage unit over the weekend, and then would just be like, how many trips have you made here? Because this was also before I got my new car. So my little Toyota Camry and I were just like, I would pack her to the gills with boxes, and then would just show up at the storage unit and would load everything in there, or would save the load for the weekend since his car was bigger. And And he was like, yeah, no, like, I keep going there. It's like, oh God, like, look how much you've put in here. And he was like, so I'll handle that. But yeah, no, there's also a part of me now that's just like, maybe next time, like in the far-flung future, if we ever have to move again, maybe I hire somebody to do this next time. I don't wanna do this, but I also know myself, and I like doing things myself, because then I don't have to worry about, you know, being like, hey, no, don't do that, or I would prefer if you did this way, or, well, why was this done this way? I would have preferred this, so I'll just do it myself. So we'll see if that ever actually comes to fruition, if we do ever move again, that I pay for movers. Country. Ooh. Okay. Applying for cybersecurity positions in Denmark and in Sweden. Neat. I'll have to keep that in mind. And when I renew my passport, because that was something that I meant to do last year, but then life happened and I didn't, so I'm gonna have to start that from scratch. Yippee. Yeah, we should come visit. I'm inviting myself over. I'm not, I wouldn't do that, that's rude. And then right before we finished packing for our move to Thailand, we totaled our Outback. I had to finish packing up in our Camry. Oh no! Yeah, no, my little Toyota from, like, I'm pretty sure you saw my car. My little Toyota Camry, made it all the way up here to the mountains. Even survived, like, the winters up here. Had some battery trouble because, again, she old, and also the winter, and, you know, because it was also peak Panini, I wasn't going anywhere because I wasn't driving anywhere. So my car just kind of stayed in the driveway a lot. But yeah, no, like, she made it all the way to our new house, and I started to realize that with her age, I needed to start looking for I needed to look for a new car before it became a like, while I could still, like, you know, kind of passively look and take my time, before it became a situation where it's like, no, we need to look for a new car. Like, the last thing that I wanted was to, like, go somewhere, well, like, Hubs was at work, like, running errands or driving somewhere, and then my car just die on me. Like, I get somewhere and she won't start, or what have you, and yeah, so I started the car hunt, and actually I think I've had my new car for 2 years. My new to me car for 2 years. I miss my baby because she was the first car that I ever owned. So obviously she holds a special place in my heart. Like, we made it through college together. I drove through both a snowstorm and a semi-hurricane in her. Like, we were road buddies for, I think, at least 12 years, if not longer. What is math? But yeah, no, I miss my car, but I do appreciate having a newer car and not having to worry about the same sort of issues that you have with a car that's, you know, old enough to drink alcohol. You know, she lasted a long time, and I appreciate my little Toyota Camry, but, like, that was definitely a joke when people were like, your car's not that old. And it's like, my car is old enough to drive to the ABC store and go inside. Like, that is like, she's been here a while. She has done her duty. 2011. Yeah, mine was a 98. She was a 98. She had a cassette player and power windows and a power sunroof. She was fancy. 98 was a great year. Yes, I was fourth grade, fifth grade for 98. I think, if that's how math works, because Y2K happened when I was in 6th grade. So that was fun, going on winter break, and people were like, oh hey, the world's gonna end while you're gone. Hopefully we'll see each other in the new year. Hopefully everything doesn't, like, you know, blow up over Christmas. We don't need to call how old we are. I am old, and nobody believes me, and this baby face fools everyone. I had I say old. The only reason I call myself old is because people, because it's 100% the baby face. Like, people think that I'm considerably younger than I am. A job that I had, one of the jobs that I had post-college, I was working retail. I made a comment because it was around election time. It was something, but I mentioned offhandedly, because they were all talking about who they had previously voted for and such and blah, blah, blah. And I was like, yeah, I voted for Obama both times. And my coworker looked at me and he was like, you mean you voted for him in the last election? And I was like, I mean, yes, but also the one before that. And then he just kept staring at me and he's like, no, you didn't. And I was just like, how are you going to sit here and tell me what I didn't do? Sir, like, what, and he just kept staring at me for a minute and then just finally went, how old are you? And at the time, if I remember right, he was like, at the time he was like, you're 27? I was like, yeah, I'm 27. He's like, no way. And apparently he wasn't the only person. Like, a lot of other coworkers thought I was like 19, like fresh out of high school, early into college. I was like, guys, no. I've been out of college. Oh yeah, no, I'm definitely a millennial. You're 33. No, MP, I mean, I don't mind saying it. I turned 35 this year. I turned 35 this summer. Which is still funny because people still don't believe me. Well, yes, I am technically a younger millennial. I remember Y2K. I remember that's been the trippy part, is watching stuff that I grew up with come back and cycle. Like, I know everything comes back around, nothing's new under the sun, but good lord. I didn't know it would feel like this. It's just like, oh dear. literally everything that I used to do is coming back. Like I'm like I remember a few years back, someone said something about e-girls, and I was just like, what's an e-girl? And then I looked and I was like, oh, so they're just like the new emo kids. Like they're just the new emo kids. And then I've had a few moments with like I have fully embraced the fact that I will eventually be able to call myself an elder emo. I guess I could start doing that now, since that is also technically a correct statement. Which has been fun. Like what was it? Oh, like all the stuff with like when Umbrella Academy came out, and MCR came back, and all of the people like all of the young kids, and this isn't a like railing at the youth sort of thing, because you don't know what you don't know, but like I remember seeing some people posting being like, wait, Gerard Way was like, he was in a band, like he was a musician, and there were people online being like, yeah, he did music before he did the comics, and just watching them have their minds blown, and watching all of them get to experience MCR again, because they're performing live again and everything, and seeing how many young people like I went to a Fall Out Boy concert with my friend over the summer last year. We were like, hey, we should do something fun, and we got tickets for one of their outside shows and everything, and had a grand old time. But yeah, also had a moment there where it was just like where it's just like, look at all of these young people. Like, I'm so happy they're here, and I'm so happy that they're enjoying themselves, but so much youth. so young. There we go. But yeah, no, I'm a younger millennial. Wow, apparently my age reveal just completely nuked MP. MP is dead. I'm like, no way. Yeah, no, yeah. Watching stuff come back into like, I guess not even like popular zeitgeist, just like into just general public awareness. It's just like, yes, these are things that I used to enjoy in my youth. That's gotten extra funny with my brother's kids, because for her birthday last year, I think it was either for her birthday last year or her Christmas last year, and it's only because those are very quick succession. I couldn't remember, but one of my nieces got a Tamagotchi, and she was just sitting there on the little video call telling me all about Tamagotchis and how they work, and this, that, and the other, and so on and so forth, and blah, 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 blah. And I just let her go because, like, she's wanting to share something with me, and I'm not, who am I? Who am I to stop her? But the look of absolute betrayal that she, of disbelief and betrayal that she gave my sister-in-law and my brother on the other side of the camera when I told her, like, yeah, no. I was like, no. She was like, yeah, like, you have to do all this stuff or, you know, else it'll die. And I was like, no, I remember. I had a Tamagotchi when I was growing up. Actually, I had two. And I tried to keep both of them alive. One was a puppy and one was, I think, like an either like an alien or a dinosaur or something. And she just stopped and then just looked at me through the camera like, how dare? And then looked at my brother and his wife, like, and then was just like, has everyone had a Tamagotchi before me? Because apparently she found out her other aunt had also had one growing up. And we're all like, yeah, sweetie, like, everyone's had a Tamagotchi before you, babe. Like, again, not to sort of, like, rain on your parade, Cupcake, but they've kind of been around longer than you have. Needless to say, she was a bit... She wasn't mad. I think she was just a little disappointed that it wasn't as special as she thought it was. So see, like, so I remember being upset the first time that it died. Like, I remember being disappointed, because there's that sense of, like, what did I do wrong? Because when my first one died, it died of old age, which, you know, at that point, like, you can't really do anything about that. Like, that's just what happens. You know, the Tamagotchi gets old and it dies of old age. But I remember being really upset when it did die of old age. And everything. I think mostly just because I wasn't expecting it, which again seems kind of silly because, you know, that's part of the whole conceit of them, is that, you know, they will eventually, they're supposed to be like real pets. They're real digital pets. They will eventually expire. But yeah, I was not, I apparently was not emotionally prepared for that. And then, I do remember that, like, because of course they were in the zeitgeist and everything, Tamagotchis were not allowed in schools. But obviously you have to take care of them throughout the day. So my poor mother, at one point was not only trying to keep my Tamagotchi alive while at work, she was also trying to keep my brother's Tamagotchi alive while at work. And then she was like, why am I taking care of them? This is your toy. And it's like, well, school says I can't have it in there because it's a distraction. Because it beeps too much. It's like, it's a distraction. You can't have your Tamagotchis at school. You have to leave those at home. It's like, but sir, if I leave it at home, it'll die. Don't care. So yeah, so mom carried them with her to work and did her best to raise her digital grandchildren, I guess. And then promptly when she came home from work each day would just drop them back in front of us and be like, these are yours. I did not want this responsibility. But yeah, no, I now, the upside is though, ooh, nope, I didn't want to do that. The other advantage now is that, again, with my nieces and nephews being into things that were already around when I was their age, when I was your age, they're into Pokemon now. And while I have fallen behind because, good lord, is like, Pokemon is kind of unrecognizable to me at this point because of just how many there are. I have now become the person that my mom calls when she sees something Pokemon related, because she needs to get something either for like my nephew or for like a family friend of ours whose son likes Pokemon. She's just like, I need you to tell me if this is a good idea or not. Is this something that I should do? Like, is this a thing I should buy? Is this a thing that's a thing? And it's just like, hold on, let me go through all of these. Let me look at all these things that you're looking at and see if, like, yes, this is a good idea, or no, it's not. And, you know, explaining to her why or why not. So that's my job now. I just realized I'm now the uncle with the ancient Pokemon card collection. You are now the NPC with quests. No, like, at this point, like, we're not even, like, it's not even that. Like, we are now the lore keepers. Like, I can sit there and talk to my nieces and nephews about, you know, Pokemon and stuff, and they're starting to get into anime, more, and other things that are also my hobbies, and it's just like, yes. Like, Auntie is thrilled with this, but also... also, calm down, children. Fly not so quickly into the face of chaos in anime, because it will betray you. But yeah, no, like, I realize that I'm now I'm the keeper of the old magics. I get to tell them about, you know, I mean, obviously my brother will be the person who gets to have that experience of watching, you know, that one Charmander episode with his kids if he decides to show them old Pokemon. But, yeah, no, like, it's fun. Another favorite pastime has been talking with, a friend of ours. They're, watching their girls get introduced to anime that, like, we grew up watching, and stuff, so that's been kind of funny. That's like, did you know about this and this, and isn't it so weird? It's like, why, yes I did. To connect to the internet. Listen to those chirps and whines. It just warms the soul. Yeah, I remember hearing that, and that being one of those things where it's like, is it true? Is it not true? Nobody knows. Maybe it is, but look at, like, their shape and look and blah 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 blah. Because that's not a Cubone skull that it's wearing, that looks like a Charizard skull, and like, I remember all of the deep cuts What is it? Did I pick it? No, that's the... Yeah, no, that's the brush that I want. There we go. It's like, why is it being weird? I'm multiplying. So many layers of shadow because it is nighttime. So many multiply layers. I'm curious, what are you using to stream your iPad? Oh god, what's it called? I have the window up right now. So let me check. So it's called Reflector. No, so it is my iPad. It's oh god, I just realized how old this iPad is. Yeah, no, it's still my iPad. And it's a program called Reflector. And so downloading that, and then you do the mirror, what's it called? Mirror image? Wow, no, that is a D&D spell. But hold on, what is it called? Whoop, nope, I don't want to do that. Hold on, we'll close that real quick. What is it called? What is that called? That icon, right? The one that's white and blinking right now. I think it's called like mirror copy or something like that. And connect to my computer that way, and using obviously like the window capture in OBS and screen mirror. Yeah, that sounds right. That sounds like a high possibility of what that actually is. But yeah, and then so it copies basically exactly what is on my screen right now to the to OBS, so that you can see all of the cool fun stuff that I'm doing. Oh. Colored out of the lines. What is that's why. Do. So yeah. No, I don't think. I mean, I might go for another another separate multiply layer. I don't know. Oof, duh. Yeah, no, that can't be at 100% opacity. It's like, I see you wanted things dark. And I was like, no, actually, I didn't. No, I need to go back to the, nope, that one. It is in this moment that I am super grateful that I did decide to stick with the idea of doing these in black and white, because if I was doing this in color while I hit my microphone again while I would be having a great time, I am sure I'd also probably be losing my mind. Because sometimes coloring stuff is sometimes picking colors is hard. Especially like if there's a particular mood that you're trying to like go for, you know. There's a lot of back and forth and trying to figure out what works, what doesn't work. And luckily, with with grayscale, I don't have that problem. I just get to play with values. Well, bully for you, because I'm not using any colors right now. It's all gray. It's black, white, and shades of gray. At least in the comic, obviously. But yeah, I just, I thought about coloring it. You know, with colors, I've waffled a few times on coloring the eventual what will eventually be the long form story with these characters. But considering my current comic that I've been working on is also is full color, and while I am enjoying it and while I am having fun with it, like, full color takes a lot of time and a lot of work. And obviously it's work that I'm willing to do, or else I wouldn't be doing it with the comic that I am currently, the long form comic that I am currently working on. It's just, on that same token though, it's like, it takes so much time. So, you know, it kind of becomes that thing of like, maybe I experiment with black and white for a little while, or limited color, you know. And I do that for a bit, and see how I feel about that, and then, you know, who knows, maybe that opens up some other creative avenues for me. I can I can fully embrace that mangaka-esque dream that I had as a kid. Because it's all in black and white. But yeah, no, the desire, the urge to splash color on things is great and very strong, but also the reality of the situation is I am a one-woman working crew, and I only have so many hours in the day. And I would like to maintain my sanity. An entire episode in manga styling, that would be fun. I mean, I've been having a lot of fun with these shorts, just kind of practicing. It was mostly meant, it originally started out as me like, I'm gonna make these shorts so I can practice drawing these characters and I can get a feel for the universe that they're gonna be in and how I want to showcase them, and the relationships and stuff that these characters have and all that other stuff. And, you know, start practicing, because my other webcomic, though not in any sort of like immediate sort of sense, but it is approaching its end. I have written chapter 5. Like, I've written, drafted, and done all the work for chapter 5, and I'm only planning on being 6 chapters, so that means that we're kind of getting close to the end of that story, and I would like to start another story once I finish that one. You know, a little bit, I guess, of that can't stop, won't stop. So, in order to kind of do that, and I want to be ready with the next story, you know, that I want to do, and I also want to do something a little different. So that one's gonna be, I think what I've settled on has been a like black and white / limited color. Like, obviously, or at least obvious to me, maybe not to everybody, but obviously this is a, you know, fantasy setting. Definitely giving off those fantasy-esque vibes. You know, what with all the pointed ears and everything. And so I kind of want the magic when it's used to stand out. And so I think if there's going to be any color in this story, in the long form story that I'm planning for these characters, that it's going to be it's going to be when magic is in play, or being used or being cast by people, just to give that sort of visual separation. And who knows, maybe I'll start doing it and I won't like it. Maybe I'll do it and it won't feel like it's enough, and that like there needs to be more color or less color. I don't know yet. But you know, it is something that I've been playing around with in my mind, because as is the problem with a lot of creatives, I have a lot of ideas in my head, but only so many hours in the day. So if I can get more stories out, and it just means that, you know, excuse me, some parts aren't as colorful as, you know, color is what's sacrificed. I would rather color be sacrificed than like quality or story or anything like that. I actually think that came out pretty well. I'm pretty pleased with that. am going to run a few colors. Colors. I mean. Do I multiply this, or do I wanna? Nope, we're just gonna do normal. And we're gonna hit it at the 70% opacity. Because some colors do read differently in the dark than other colors. So that should be something that's kind of taken into consideration with the fact that, you know, this is a building. The building is not all one color. Hopefully all of the shadows and values should keep doing what they've been doing this whole time. Did you ever do more work for that one tea company? No, not yet. Like, they haven't reached back out to me, but they still have the other art that I've done for them. Or I guess the initial art that I've done for them, rather. Available on their site. I just realized I missed coloring in a shadow there. I missed coloring shadows on a few spots, but we'll undo. We'll get there. So I haven't, but I have gotten a few other opportunities from the shop that they found me at, which sounds super super shady. So there's a shop that had reached out to me during the Panini times, being like, hey, we want to carry some of your stuff in our store. Would that be cool? To which I was like, yes. Definitely on board for that. And so, nope, didn't want that. So greatly appreciated that opportunity. And then that has conversely led to, like I said, like other opportunities. Some other places have found me via that storefront. That's how the tea guy found me. I've done some logo design for another lady who found me there. Someone when I went to Seattle recognized me because they saw my stuff at that shop. So that was surreal. That was definitely a trippy moment, let me tell you. And what else was there? There was a zine reached out to me and asked if I could do some art for them for their biannual, I think it's biannual magazine that they release. So yeah, so while I haven't done any more work with that tea company yet, the other shop is just kind of like that experience or that opportunity has kind of led to other stuff, which has been super neat. And slowly finding other places that are to take my stuff on consignment wise, just cause like, you know, gotta get yourself out there in front of everybody. Everybody's gonna see some side of you, or you know, just the more eyes on your stuff, usually the better. So I was able to find a place, a spot down in North Carolina to carry some of my stuff now as well through an art friend. So that was great. 'Cause I want to, since I kind of, well, not really kind of, like I did get my start doing conventions and stuff in North Carolina, like I kind of miss the fact that like it's now obviously a little harder to go down there and you know, meet with people or for people to you know, for me to do stuff down there, since it is farther away. And one of the conventions that I had been at rather regularly, has also kind of just made life more difficult. So it's kind of hard to get into that con now because the simplest, nicest way of putting it is that people be greedy. So stuff is kind of becoming astronomically expensive when it comes to when it comes to tabling and stuff. So I'm hoping to get into a different convention that happens down there in the summer so that I can continue coming down to the area. And you know, being able to sell my wares. But right now, just because of I guess the mailman is here because the dog is barking. Just because of how things are, like it's definitely a little harder to I need that layer. I want that layer at 100%. All of this is gonna disappear for a second. Did I turn off everything? I did. Okay. I want that color. Oop. I want that color on this layer. Okay. And then I want this color here. Alright, and that's all I need. And then we can turn the lights back on. But yeah, conventions are, some places are charging way too much for what they're offering. And so it's become a very much like I gotta pick and choose which cons I can go to. And so unfortunately some of them aren't worth it. Like it's coming down to a situation where like at the moment, if like say if I got back into C2E2 this year, one of their tables is like either like just under $400 or like it's like the high 300s or right at $400 for a table there, I think. Actually, I don't even remember. Let me check my notes. I keep notes of this so that I won't lose my mind. Okay, no, I was thinking of a different show. The show that I was thinking of was AwesomeCon. That is the one that has... So their table is like $375, which, yes, is a lot of money. But... especially considering, you know, it's in DC and everything. But with that and hotel costs, I feel like that's where I should be spending my money to go to. Whereas this particular one that is down in Raleigh, it, like, while I have no real costs, no real expenses because, you know, I can stay with my folks. I don't need to... What layer are you on? I don't need to... There we go. That layer. I wouldn't need to pay for hotel. Commuting back and forth wouldn't even really be that big of a deal. And I could just stay with my folks so I don't have to worry about spending that money. Why would I do that when I could just save that money and spend it somewhere else? Which is kind of a lot of the decisions that you end up making when you're tabling and stuff. It's like where am I going to get the best bang for my buck at the end of the day? Because we live in a capitalistic hellscape, and I have bills to pay. A few other conventions that you could reach out to the comic book stores, partner with them maybe for free comic book day. Yeah, like that's something that I'm considering, and I'm trying to find stuff that's like also doable up here. I did a lot of Pride events last year, well, I say a lot. I did more than I've done before, which before was 0, because I didn't really think that, you know, it was more for me of like, I don't really know if this is a space that I should be occupying because, you know, I don't want to take up space from someone else that should be there. And I also don't really know if, like, you know, some of my stuff will really fit in there. But, you know, I've applied and they accept me, so they haven't told me no. So my plan is to go back to some of those events this year. I've been trying to go to some closer to me, like, smaller indie comic events and stuff instead of trying to hit the big ones. And whatnot. So I've had, you know, I've been looking at other places and I've been finding other options. Because some of this stuff is crazy. Some of it's just it's not okay. Like I don't think what some of these big con shows are doing and charging her is fair. Like Animazement might have lower costs due to having parrots to stay out. Yeah, no, like I've applied to Animazement. The problem with Animazement, which is the problem with most conventions, is that it's just there are a lot of people applying. Like that's really the biggest issue, is just that there are a lot of people who are vying for those spots, and since there's, you know, a limited number of art spots, and I'd rather be in the artist alley than buy for like the vendor hall, because I know some people who have done that and they're like, oh, we'll just buy for the vendor hall and you'll get in there, and it's like, one, the vendor spaces are astronomically more expensive usually at conventions than the artist alley space, which makes sense because you're a vendor, you're coming with a lot more stuff than, say, you know, a self-employed artist would be. So, you know, making back those fees isn't as not impossible, but it's not as daunting. That's the word that I'm looking for. It's not as daunting. But yeah, no, I've applied to AZ, and I've kind of adopted the attitude with that one where, like, if I get in, I get in. If I don't, I don't. There's always next year, and, you know, otherwise I get to go down and hang out with some friends and spend time with them and catch up and stuff, which is also fun because I miss seeing people down there. Yeah, no, that's the thing. Like, because, like, so there are some people who I know, like artist friends that I know, who at some shows have gone in and split like vendor spaces, so it's like 2 or 3, it's like 3 or maybe, you know, like 4 artists splitting up the bigger space. Okay, sorry, I needed to a line was confusing me. They've gone in and they've split up the bigger space, but I mean, I haven't done it, so I don't have, you know, I don't have the numbers to sort of crunch for myself. But I know that artist alleys usually tend to get quite a bit of foot traffic at shows that are smart about telling people where artist alley is and making it a point to let people know that an artist alley exists. But yeah, so the general idea for the situations where, you know, like an artist or a couple of artists might go over to the vendor side is them, you know, splitting the cost of the space and trying to use that to their advantage, so they have a bit more space and also get their stuff in front of more people, with the belief that there's, you know, more foot traffic in the vendor hall and stuff. But yeah, 9 times out of for the majority, the reason why the prices in the vendor hall are more expensive is because, well, yes, you do get a bigger space. You're right. It's kind of that assumption. I mean, it's operating under the assumption that, like, you're a vendor, so you're either being sent there by like as much as they're kind of the bane of existence for a lot of vendor hall spaces, artist alleys, they're, you know, like T-Mobile. There's a reason T-Mobile is in the vendor hall, with their little like pop-up go-kart, or their little like taco truck of advertisements, because, you know, they have that money and backing to give out like free stuff. But then, like, you also have the people who are there, you know, selling DVDs, animation cells, huge swaths of manga tables, like the huge t-shirt tables and posters, stuff like that, figurines, tchotchkes, whatnot, like all of that stuff, apparel and whatnot, like all of those big things usually end up in the vendor hall. Now, there are some artists that are large enough where they're like, yeah, no, I need the vendor hall, and it works great for them. I am not of that size yet. I would eventually, I think right now, with how much merch that I have created just for myself, I feel like I am at a 2-table kind of situation in Artist Alley, depending on the cost, obviously, where I would probably just be, I would feel more comfortable having 2 tables, especially since like my husband tends to help me a lot at shows, just so that I can have my stuff more spread out and it doesn't feel as congested and, you know, like lumped in with everybody, or like lumped all stacked on top of itself on one table. Excuse me. And so like I would like to have a 2-table setup, and might do at some point. Oh no! Did I make him the same color as the door? Or I guess more aptly, the question would be, did I make the door the same color as him? That would suck. Yes, I did. That's fine. It's night and there are lighting tricks. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. It's not fine. On that note, I'm gonna hide this real quick because it is 12:30. I should stretch for one thing. I also should go put some lunch in the oven so that I can have some lunch real quick. Ow! I accidentally scratched my face. That hurt. Yeah. So if you guys don't mind just hanging out for a bit, I will be back. I will eventually readjust that so that it can actually read just a minute and it's not completely blocked by chat. But yeah, no, give me a hot second. I shall return. Yeah, I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. I am back with food. So there we go. My knee. My old lady knee. I was stuck in that situation of like a rock in a hard place where it's like I could go back upstairs while my food is cooking, and then have to pause and run back downstairs to go get it, or I could just sit and wait until my food is done. And you know, stretch and change out my water bottle, my emotional support water bottle. Every millennial comes with a blanket, an emotional support water bottle. Built-in anxiety. Quarter life crisis. Yeah, so I have Noms with me. I'm going to consume Noms. And yeah. And get back to coloring while I consume Noms. But yeah. I miss mac and cheese and cookout. So oh, hold on a second. I've got to reconnect. I have become the mac and cheese auntie whenever I go to like events now with friends and there's like food or whatever. It is requested that I bring my mac and cheese. So I got that going for me. That's fun. And then as far as cookout, like no shade to cookout because it is not a cookout issue. It is not them at all. It's 100% me. Remember how I mentioned how it's been like 2 years since I got my car? Well, while I was in the process of getting my new car, I was up at my folks, and because you know that was the place that had the vehicle that I was looking for was closest to them. Yeah, one thing ended up leading to another, and I got food poisoning so bad because it was one of those like you gotta get there sort of situations, or else you know there's a good chance that they're gonna sell the vehicle that you're hoping to purchase. So in driving down, I brought my car with, well, obviously I brought my car with me, that's how I got down there. I stopped in at a McDonald's drive-thru. The extra betrayal is that I knew this McDonald's was safe because we'd eaten there before. But apparently not that night. Because I ended up with some really horrible food poisoning. The night before I was supposed to drive back to my back from my parents' house. Obviously my parents didn't mind letting me stay like another day because I was like, I don't trust myself being able to drive and not having, like, I can't make that drive. I'm too scared that I'm going to like upchuck on myself if I try to make that drive. Which they were very understanding of, obviously. But yeah, that food poisoning was just, it flipped a switch in my brain, and I have not had fast food since. And by that I mean like, so like I'm eating French fries right now. I've had French fry, like if I make French fries at home, so like if I do the oven baked French fries at home, those are fine. We've made burgers at home and I've been fine. I've made chicken nuggets at home, I've been fine. If we do eat out at like a quote unquote fast food place, it's been, or for me, it's been either Subway or Jimmy John's. or it's at like a sit-down restaurant here in the area, like one of the sit-down restaurants that we like to go to in the area. But yeah, I have not set foot in a McDonald's. I have not a Burger King, not an Arby's, no Cookout, no nothing. Like, my brain was just like, never again. And so I haven't. Get weird looks here, how much we cook at home. Everyone just eats out. I mean, I kind of get that. Ooh. I kind of get that. Cause you know, different culture, different standards, but like, I mean, I realize right now I'm thinking with my stomach, because we had a Korean place here that was like a family-owned place that unfortunately finally closed because they wanted to like help their dad get his health in order and everything. And then they moved, and they're like, yeah, we're probably gonna reopen, like, we're moving up to be closer to family, but we're also probably gonna reopen like up there where we moved to, so sorry. And I was just like, no, where am I gonna get my bulgogi? You know, first world problems. But yeah, in a weird sort of twist of fate, our favorite Japanese place that had closed down reopened in the Korean restaurants spot. So like, it ended up being like this weird double-edged sword of like, oh no, we've lost our Korean food place to go eat, but at least our Japanese place came back. And now it's in like a bigger space, so like, you know, we'll be able to fit more people, and hopefully they'll do really good business. And so far they've been doing really good business. Like, we couldn't get in the first like 2 weeks that they were open. Like, we just gave up the first month they reopened, because like, we would show up and they kept having to close early because they ran out of food because so many people showed up. Like, I was sad. But it's back, and their food is delicious, so like, you know, we have that. And we have a new pho place. Or well, I guess new Vietnamese place. Specifically a pho place. And I love pho, so. We'll say the McPD's taste so much better here in Asia than at home. Not to be that person, but it's probably because they use real ingredients and you're not eating plastic. If you ever go to Soul Garden down in Raleigh, I don't know if I've been to Soul Garden. A friend of mine who lives closer to Raleigh, when I go down there to visit her, she's been taking me to some of the new ramen spots that have been open. And been opening up, and she's been promising me this Korean barbecue place the next time I come, like the next time we come down. That's apparently opened up in Raleigh. Which, you know, I am down for some K-barbecue. Like, I'm ready. My body is ready. But apparently, my parents found a hot pot place that just opened up down here where they are in Durham, and Mom took Dad there for his birthday, and she sent me a text and like a bunch of pictures, and she's like, we have no idea what we're doing, but we're having so much fun, and it's really good. And I was like, well, darn, looks like I have found yet another place that I need to go eat at. Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure that's the one that they went to. But like, there's also, like when I went back for Animazement last year, I finally got to have some, like all of the food trucks that they had outside were great. I finally got to have some churba churba after not having any of their, you know, dumplings for forever. And then there was, bulgogi, which is supposed to be like, you know, Bull City, Korean food truck. And their food was also tasty. And I think they have like a brick and mortar as well. So I need to find that place. I keep having one of those moments where like everyone's like, look at all this cool stuff that's opening up in the Triangle area. And I was like, why does it have to happen after I leave? I want tasty food. So yeah, so when I start going down or when I come back down for like some shows this year in North Carolina, I'm definitely gonna be doing some gastro-tourism. Eating tasty things, I am sure. I'm going to get some duck galbi tomorrow. Yeah, so one of Hub's favorite recipes was the Chin Chin duck galbi that they made at the place that we used to go to. So much so that he was like, I gotta figure out how to make this myself, which he did. He did mess himself up once because he decided he was gonna make like a double batch so that he could have it for lunch for a couple weeks, and doubled everything, including the spices. And that Gochugaru really got him. Got him something fierce. But, you know, I loved their beef bulgogi, and then the LA galbi was so good. Like, Korean spare ribs, I could just sit here and talk about my love of like their spare ribs and the marinade. Instead, as a distraction, I will talk about how I'm so upset that I'm sad that I don't like tteokbokki or tteokbokki. And it's not like, I have this thing with certain textures, and tteokbokki is too chewy for me. I love everything else. I love the spice. Like it wasn't even like super spicy. I love the sauce. I love all the other bits. But the actual like little rice cakes in it are just too chewy for me. I know it's just chewy rice, and I was just like, I'll love this because I love rice, and it's just like slightly chewier rice, like who cares? But apparently it just kicked that, like something in the back of my mind when I first tried it. I was just like, I don't want to chew this anymore. And I was just like, okay, no, like I'm still getting used to it, and like I put another piece in my mouth because I was like, I really want to like this. And there was just something, I don't know, I kind of want to try it. I've seen other people like online where they'll like take the tteok and they'll like skewer it with like sausages or like with cheese, and then they'll like pan cook it. And I kind of want to try it that way and see if it maybe like firms it up just enough to get more of like, I don't know, tension, I guess, or something. Something there just to firm it up just that little bit. It's still too soft that way too. No, don't tell me that. No. No, why would you tell me that? You don't understand how desperate I am to like this. This is just like a vehicle to put spicy things in my mouth. Why would you tell me this? No. Wait. I'm sad now. You get some fry on the outside, but it doesn't firm up. I mean, it might... I don't know. I'm willing to try it. I'm willing to put myself out there on a limb and see if it won't, you know, if it'll firm up just enough for me, for my liking. I don't know. Maybe if I do the discs instead, because they had the... Maybe that'll help, because they had like the little logs, the little... My brain was like, you know, like the little like Vienna sausage shaped ones, and I was like, no, they're not beanie weenies. So I might try it with the coin ones. I don't know. I just. Too soft of a texture depending on what it's supposed to be. I don't like chewing. Manchi! I love her stuff! So I've probably seen the recipe that you're linking to. Bulldog. Isn't Bulldog the like spicy noodles with like the fire chicken on the front? It doesn't get a lot of moisture. I may have to try that. It doesn't get soft. Yeah, I think that's the biggest thing is like I just need them to be just a little bit firmer. Like I said, because what was it? I had the same problem. It's not takoyaki. It's a taiyaki. The like dessert, the little the red bean pastry desserts. I like the breading and the sugar, cinnamon and stuff on the outside is great. The red bean paste texture inside, I'm not a huge fan of. Okay. Oh, hi, thanks. Yep, that's taiyaki. Yeah, no, the flavors are great. But the texture of the bean paste on the inside is not, red bean mochi type stuff. So, the taiyaki is the one, like, you'd recognize it if you saw it. It's like those little pastries that look like fish or are usually in like some other different kind of shape. And so the batter is like fried or kind of fried, and then like the inside has usually like red bean paste in it. And so you get that sort of like sweet savory kind of mix because everything has like a little bit of sugar in it and a little bit of cinnamon, which is great. That is delicious. And I like the breading, but unfortunately because of the texture of the bean paste, I'm also not a fan. So like, I like it in theory, but in active practice it's just like, Which makes me sad. Because it is delicious. Yeah, takoyaki is the octopus balls. And octopus, wow, self, octopus balls. And octopus is very chewy, which is the opposite problem that I have. Like, I don't like stuff that's, I don't like stuff that's too soft and chewy in that regard. And then I don't like things that are like too stiff and chewy, where it's like, oh god, I've been chewing this for, like, if there is a moment where, I think the biggest problem with both, or the overlapping problem with both, is that I end up running into a situation where my brain realizes, oh god, I've been chewing this for quite some time, and then that in general just upsets a certain part of my brain, because it's just like, no, like, we shouldn't be chewing it this long. It's like, well, unfortunately I have been, so there's not really anything we could do about it. And it's like, no, this needs to leave. This needs to leave right now. And it can't without looking rude. So you can see the dilemma that I'm in. Hot dog with cinnamon and walnuts. Just straight sugar crack. Yeah, no, I almost, it wasn't takoyaki, because I like seafood, but I don't think I'd be a terribly huge fan of octopus, to be completely honest. And it's nothing against the octopus. You know what? It's nothing actually against the octopus itself. It's just, I know myself. But I understand what happened. like dumplings become a dangerous thing. Or dumpling adjacent dishes become dangerous things, especially when it comes to consumption, because in my defense, I was hungry. But Churba Churba almost claimed my life when I was at Avid Amazement this year, because I popped one of their soup dumplings in my mouth, and it stuck, like the dough of the dumpling just decided it was going to seal my mouth shut. Like, it was like this weird double-edged sword where I was like, oh no, I've put this in my mouth, and like, I need to chew, but I also need to blow because it's hot, but I also cannot maneuver the dumpling in my mouth because the dough has stuck to various parts of the inside of my mouth, and I also, it was a lot. There was a lot happening. I was finally able to break the dumpling, and, you know, my life was not claimed by a soup dumpling that day. But, you know, is, you know, just one of those lessons of taking my time and chewing more. Maybe taking a different approach than just cramming the whole soup dumpling in my mouth. I didn't learn immediately at all. Like, I was very enthusiastic about eating those soup dumplings. I was hungry and they were delicious. And it was a wee bit chilly outside that day, and they were warming me up, so it felt great. You know, obviously don't want to die being choked to death by a dumpling, but you know, if this is the way that I gotta go, this is the way that I gotta go. I'm willing to meet my maker being like, yep, I did that. I am, look what your child did. She choked on a soup dumpling. Aren't you proud of your creation? Yeah, no, I know that there is a technique to eating soup dumplings. I was well aware that there was a technique, even back, when we were back to C2E2, when, or not C2E2, sorry, when we went to Emerald City, when we were in Chicago, we went to this very, very tasty place that had very delicious dumplings, very delicious everything, but they definitely had some soup dumplings that were really good. And I know because I had just seen, you know, I know that you're supposed to kind of like break them and like break the skin a little bit and, you know, slurp out the broth and everything, and then you're supposed to consume the rest of the dumpling. But that is not at all what I did in Seattle or obviously at Animazement. I was just overtaken with wild abandon and desire for food, and I just popped them in my mouth. Personally, right now, I just want a giant plate of bao. Oh god. So I'm really sad because there's a shop right down the street from our house, like legit walking distance from our house. And in their freezer section, they had some really, they had steamed pork buns and stuff like that. And, I wanted to walk down and go get some more. But they're closed now. So they're gone. And there aren't a lot of large, there aren't a lot of large Asian food store or Asian grocery stores around here, which kind of makes me sad. So it's one of those things where, you know, probably next time we go visit my parents, probably gonna have to be like, oh, well, that's another thing that we should stock up on when we go to like Li Ming's or something like that. Like, we should probably go, I want to erase, probably go get some dumplings or some other things that, you know, that we can't get up here. But no, I would also be down for some bao, to be honest. I could go for so much. I'm still clearly hungry. I might need to go make myself a salad to bulk out my lunch. Just for my own sanity. Like, obviously sitting here and talking about food is not helping. It's just like, yes, let us talk about all of the delicious food. All of the delicious food right now while you are hungry. Let's just keep talking about how tasty, like, bulgogi is and everything else, and my love of my green onion kimchi that I've been making. I unfortunately had to throw out my recent batch because our fridge is evil and it got pushed a little too far back into the fridge and it got frozen and I think it ruined it. But no. Have you started the new cooking dynamic? Yes! Delicious in Dungeon. Yes, I have. It has reaffirmed my love for Trigger and just their art style, but also it's just combining, it's like this weird combo of like Dungeons and Dragons good eats. Like it makes me happy. That's why you get a kimchi fridge. You know, I didn't know that kimchi fridges were a thing until I found out that they're, I mean, a current internet search made me realize that kimchi fridges are a thing. So I'm just currently aware of their existence. So, you know, maybe I will get one. Maybe I will get one. Well, before I do that, I'm gonna have to buy more gochugaru because I had just enough to make that batch, which makes the fact that the fridge ruined it, extra upsetting. Because I can't just, like, even though, like, green onions are cheap and everything, like, so it would be super easy to replace. The downside is that I have no gochugaru. This is the real holdup. I'm loving it so far, just 2 episodes. Yeah, I was actually kind of surprised when I saw that they were only releasing it, it seems like they're releasing it weekly, which I am completely fine with. Like, I kind of, like, I'm totally down with that. I kind of, I mean, like, I grew up watching, like, Toonami and stuff. Like, I had to wait for anime to come out and everything, so, like, I'm not too pressed at the fact that, like, I can't just binge all of it. That also means that I don't have to, like, duck and dodge spoilers online, because, you know, some people forget that not all of us want to sit and binge watch a new series all in one night, which was the problem that I had with the most recent season, or like with Castlevania Nocturne, is I was fighting for my life on the internet. I was like, I'll go here on this one website. Like, I was just avoiding the internet in general because, you know, I was sure people were gonna talk about it, but, like, all of the spaces that I expected to be safe, like, of all the places that I expected to run into problems, for example, TikTok was not one of them, but yet lo and behold, I logged in because a friend had sent me something and I was like, oh, I'm gonna look at this. And, yeah, one of the people that I follow was just, like, full-on screen recording and commenting on, like, the show. And I was just, like, the entirety of the season, and I was like, ma'am, it came out last night. I'm quite certain you have a day job. Like, what are you doing? What are you doing? Violet Evergarden. I haven't watched that yet, but I mean, I just, like, I feel for people who are up to date with Jujutsu Kaisen, because apparently, like, the online, like, the internet community is also really bad about, like, watching an ep and then just being like, I'm gonna go online and tell everybody about everything. And it's like, no, why would you do that? Give people time. So because of that, I have only just, well, that and a few other things. I was like, I waited until kind of that initial wave of Castlevania Nocturne stuff died down, and then I was like, okay, now I can watch it because, like, I've got time. I'm gonna carve this out. I'm gonna watch it, and then I started watching it, and it started hitting those emotions that I expected it to, in the first couple of episodes, which, you know, totes make sense. And then, I went through one of those, like, I don't want to call it a phase because it wasn't, but I definitely went through one of those moments where I was just like, it's like I'm having one of, I hit the mic again. It's like I'm having one of those moments where, I don't want to be sad. It's like I know things are going to get bad before they get better. Because that's just how this series works. And I'm just not in a place, right? I just wasn't in a place at the moment where I was like, I don't think I can handle being sad right now. So we're just gonna put this off and I'm not gonna watch this right now. Which happens from time to time with quite a few things that I watch where I'm just like, I don't wanna be sad. I wanna be sad. I'm just gonna hold off for my own well-being. BRB, okay, you'll be back. Actually, I'm gonna use that as a quick chance. I'm going to, instead of doing the other thing, I know it's gonna close off on me in like a few seconds, but I'm just gonna do, I too will BRBs because I need to go take my dishes downstairs before a curious cat comes up here and like steps in something. So I will be right back as well. Much faster than the last time. Ah, I knew that would happen. No. Okay. Hold on a second. Nope, definitely don't want to do that. No, stop that. Oh. You know what? I need to... I just realized I need to check. I did this last week too. I need to check something. Real quick, because it is Tuesday. Okay. Apologies. Today being Tuesday is also the day that my webcomic usually updates. And I like to try and make sure that the page actually goes live, because I have had some moments in the past where, you know, pre-scheduled pages and stuff have not gone up when they're supposed to. And then I'll go and I'll look and it's just suddenly, but like, it's like, wait a minute. Like the longest it's gone, usually I can catch it pretty quick, but the longest it's gone before, I was going back through and I realized like 3 or 4 weeks on that one of the pages never came up. Like one of the pages never posted on a Tuesday. And so like, I'm just sitting there like, how many people have read this and have missed this page and just don't understand what's happening right now? Because this page didn't go live, like, So I like to try and check before, you know, all of the social media posts go out being like, hey, new post, new comic page is up, woo! And I didn't do that today because I was streaming. Sorry, I'm doing something on my phone real quick. But yeah. I don't know. I got popcorn stuck in my teeth. This is the best and the worst snack ever. It's like, I love it, but I also is just like, I'm just gonna cause you grief. I'll cause you grief. I also realized that I've done this layer out of order and how I normally do it. Usually I do all the coloring and then I do the shading. But I guess because I did all of the values and everything ahead of time, trying to figure out what it would look like and to make sure that it looked right. I didn't do that. Which is fine. Not the end of the world. But probably leave to get some food in a few. That's fair. That's always the way. When normally it's like, oh no, no one's gonna bother me. And then all of a sudden, botheration. I don't know, that's cool. Thanks for, you know, it's cool that you were able to, like, you know, obviously stop by and hang out and stuff. So whenever you have to go, I understand. Yeah, I've had a few moments like that where it's just like, okay, I've got a quiet moment, like I'll be able to get some stuff done. No biggie today or whatever, and then all of a sudden it's just like, unfortunately for me, it's not phone calls, or well, usually it's like emails, but like phone calls are, it is 4 a.m. Why are you awake? I'm sorry. That must have been really loud. I'm so sorry. Why are you awake? It's 4 a.m. Go to sleep. Go to bed. Oh my god. I prefer that. How do you do, like, your, oh my god, your circadian rhythm. I would be dead. I'm surprised that you can string together, like, sentences. I would be incoherent right now. Because USD speaks louder than most currencies in the world. Yeah, I mean, yeah. But you know what speaks the loudest? My need for sleep. I mean, I guess if you got good blackout curtains and stuff, that's all that really matters. But also I figure, I guess if you've been doing it for long enough, it's not gonna... It's a completely different story than me being like, I'm gonna start... I'm gonna sleep when the sun... when the sun's up. Yeah, that makes sense. Like, obviously I'm aware that the time difference is different there, but for some reason my brain was like, he wouldn't be up right now if, you know, he should be asleep. He wouldn't be watching this stream. He'd be in bed. I was wrong. Okay, I mean, I'm not laughing at you. I'm not laughing at you. I'm laughing at the situation. Because I understand. I'm sorry. I mean, it's, you know, little silver linings here and there. There we go. That looks better. That looks right. Okay. No, she gets looking up. As someone else who does not handle my sleep being disrupted very well, I can understand. You know, I am not 5 foot of fury, but I am almost 6 foot of fury when I am not allowed to sleep. But yeah, no. Sleep and food are the two things that keep me from absolutely losing my mind on people. Like, I don't drink coffee, and I don't do that kind of stuff, but I need at least 6 hours of sleep to feel like a normal person. And, you know, food. Food, very important. Otherwise, it's just not, I'm not a pleasant person to be around. I'm trying, but like, I'm not happy. Woke up just as the pillow was aimed at your face. Your subconscious knew that something was about to happen. It was like, wait a minute, my spidey senses are tingling. No, I thankfully haven't had to deal with that so much. Hebs doesn't really snore. He does occasionally talk in his sleep. Full sentences, so that's fun. To wake up and try and decipher. It's like, what? What's happening? And then I get the fun job of trying to remember what he said, because it's like, oh, I'll ask him about this in the morning. And then I forget because I finally went to sleep. I used to sleepwalk, so glad I don't do that anymore. Yeah, that is helpful. I apparently used to do that as a kid. I apparently did that a few times as a kid. And I know at least up until college, it wasn't sleepwalking, but I do remember my roommate asking me a few times what I was dreaming of, because like I would, you know, Exorcist style, just sort of like sit up in my bed in the middle of the night and would do stuff, or would like move my arms, and not in the like, oh, she's sleeping, moving her arms around, like my arm would be raised, I'd be reaching out and doing stuff like I was, you know, actively doing things. She would just be like, what were you dreaming of last night? Just out of curiosity. What was going on in that brain of yours? Woke up one time at the edge of a bridge about 2 miles from my cousin's house. Yeah, no, that's a problem. I never left the house. Like that's some horror movie stuff. You know, I just creeped out my aunt. I apparently, like, one summer when I was staying with her, I apparently walked into the room she was in while she was on the phone, and I just sat next to her on the couch. She was just like, you need anything? And I was just like, no. And she's like, should you be sleeping? I was like, yeah. And she's just like, just sat there waiting for me to respond, and I kind of didn't. I just sat there. Oh, hello, kitty. Just sort of sat there, not really. Like, I apparently would answer her questions, but I wasn't trying to like have a conversation with her myself. I just was there, and then I guess my brain decided that that was enough. And so I got back up and walked out of the room and went back to the room that I was sleeping in and just laid back down and went back to sleep. And she was just like, what? What? What just happened? Like, what just happened? What did this child just do? My aunt never slept at night anymore after that, but I don't blame her. You left the house. like, I'm sorry, it's one thing if, like, you know, you you didn't leave. You left the house. I wouldn't sleep anymore either. Like, God, that poor woman's anxiety is probably like, how did he even get out? Oh my God, that poor woman. Oh, wait, I could just use that layer. Oh, that's gonna be too dense. I need stars. Are you gonna... Okay, maybe I put you on a different layer so I can experiment with you better. Cause I need stars. I feel like this might work for the effect that I'm going for. We'll have to see. Okay, not that dense. That's too thick. And now we go back in and we erase. But yeah, no, I wouldn't sleep either. Leaving my house unsupervised. How dare. I mean, like, obviously I couldn't imagine what it must have been like for you to deal with that, but like, I can only imagine how freaked out she was. Yeah, when we get a moment, I've messaged her. I'm normally I will say that I most frequently terrorize her via TikTok by sending her silly things. But you know, every once in a while we still chat and catch up when we can. I just haven't had a chance, the last few times we've been home, haven't really had a chance to, you know, like, drop by and say anything or like, set up a time to hang out, which I'm gonna try and be better about this year. I'm gonna try and, hang out more when I'm actually with people, when I'm actually, like, at home, or back down in that area. I miss people. Yeah! There they are. They're so cute. Don't tell her I said that. She'll fight me. She won't fight me. But no, I'm happy for them. There we go. I think that looks like a nice night scene, night sky. Now, the question is, do I want to be a goober? I mean, the answer is probably yes. I wanna just gonna do a few. Because I think it'll be cute. That brush. Oh, I need that brush bigger. Not that big. Are you not gonna, see? Doo-ba-doo. Wait, is this? That's why it doesn't look as bright, you goober. Actually, hold on. Roll back. I'm gonna. Nope. Okay. We're gonna copy paste. No, actually, no, because if I do that, they're still gonna not be. Ah, humbug. That's why it didn't look as bright. That's annoying. I was like, why doesn't it look as bright? Because it's not. Because it's on the wrong layer. No, stay. Okay, and then oh, fart. I've done it again! Okay. Let's try this like a third time, maybe. Maybe I'll get it right then. Maybe I'll figure it out. Yes. Look at it. Oh, it looks so cute. I love it. Like how I was sitting here all worried, like, oh no, I only have 2 pages to color. I don't know if I'm gonna have enough to really like do a full stream today. Ha! I'm funny. Why am I doing this? I don't need to do this right now. I can do that later. Right. I'm gonna have 2 more of these and then my sweet tooth will be satiated. I bought some candy over the weekend because I have been craving sweets. And now I'm trying to do that thing where like I pace myself and I don't eat all my sweets at once. Okay, no, we're closing the bag. We're removing the bag. Oh no, this is one of the sandwich bags that doesn't like to zip. I've made an error. Okay, no. This has to sit over here. No! Alright. Alright. No, I fixed it. We're all good. You didn't hear my Skittles crash down and hit the floor. Accidental erasure. I actually think for cleanup, I mean, I'm sure I'll spot something later, but I think this page is good. Actually, I am curious about something real quick. Just a second. Oh my god, too much sugar. I can feel all of the Skittly goodness in the back of my throat. Actually, I need to pop back over here, and we're gonna do that thing again where okay, no, that's a different texture. Where I turn off all of the lights and everything. There we go. Wait, why did I do that? I could have just, you know what? Doesn't matter. Hindsight 2020. Don't matter. I did it. I have the color that I need. That's all that matters. I just did the doofiest little head wiggle. See, this is why I'm glad I don't have my I don't have my camera on anymore, because I don't have to worry about acting like an actual human being. Like anymore. Like, you guys think I'm weird, that's fine. I just don't have to pretend to be like, you know, normal, air quotes. That's not a good line. Right here-ish. It's a good line. Why does it sound like one of my cats is up to something? I really hope that they're not. I would be very upsetty if they were. More specifically, I'd be very upset if they were up to something they shouldn't be. Get. Here's a question. How did I... Oh no, I just filled all of that in. That is just 100% dark. I'll figure that out. We'll cross that bridge later. Oh, you know what would make this easier if I switched to the... If I switched to the round brush. You know, it's his back boot, but it's still his boot. I'm gonna color that. Same with his tail. Like, yeah, his tail is back there, but oh, that's right. I wanted to clean up that spot. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna go ahead and fill that in. There's no reason not to. Nope. Wrong eraser. Excuse me, Mr. Cat. Do not sniff in there. issue is going to come up around his hair. What is the real problem here? That is where I think. There we go. Something like that. That last little bit of fine-tuning, I probably wouldn't be able to get doing this traditionally. Oop. That brush is a little too big. There we go. Oh, wait, I forgot. I forgot this bit next to his face. Stretch. Needs to be bigger. Okay, maybe not that big. Awkward moment where you make a really good night sky and then you try to recreate it. Not really working. Should actually probably stop for a quick stretch. I realized I said that a second ago, but that was just like, I didn't actually do it. Nah. My phone betrayed me. I clicked something and then it started making noises. Stop that. As it does it again! Okay. A quick skip. And then we're back at it to finish this final page so that I can be one step closer. Oh, that's why you came running in here. It's almost 3 o'clock. Madam, you do not get fed till 4. I can words. I'm an adult. I can speak languages sometimes. Oh my goodness. I was about to say something silly, but then I was just like, oh yeah, I have... It's like, I can't believe I've spent so much on just one page and been doing this all day. I have seen the things that I have drawn today. I know exactly how much time I've spent on this. I will not cheat myself. I've spent a lot of time on this. The extra fact of the matter is that I fully realized that I would have spent all this time on it, whether I was streaming or not. Because I like fussing with things. It's also partially why I was just like, I think I mentioned earlier I have 16 more pages. So originally, this is what I mean about my deadlines being the death of me. It's a self-imposed deadline. It's all my fault. I did it to myself. I have no one to blame but myself, should I decide to go through with this madness. But what I'm currently working on are pages for a collection of a series of short comics that I've been working on that I would like to put into a physical book, so that I can sell it at cons and stuff, kind of introducing people to these characters and this universe and all that other stuff. You know, a great sort of like introductory, like, here you go, get to know these beans and stuff and so on and so forth. And I was like light years ahead, I feel like, if I want to be a bit dramatic about it, with hitting my deadline, my initial deadline of, like, I guess it was a soft deadline. It's like, yeah, if it works out, it works out. Everything done by the time February rolls around, so that I can make sure that stuff gets printed in time, and, you know, in case there's an uh-oh, I can go and get things reprinted, or I can go get things, resubmit any issues that I have, so things that need to be reprinted can be reprinted, and so on and so forth. Yada yada yada. That's all well and good. And I, like I said, I was on target for that, because initially after I had finished this one, I would have had only 5 more pages that I had to draw, ink, color, and put text to. And by the nervous laughter, you can probably guess that that is not currently what I got a little bit of a bug in my ear and was like, hey, what about, like, haha, wouldn't this be funny? And then, haha, wouldn't this be funny? Wouldn't this be cute? And then, wouldn't this one also be nice to have as another sort of, like, backstory, buildy thingy? So I quickly wrote up 2 more scripts and was like, these have to be concise. These have to be super simple and super short, because there are a few shorts in here. There is one in here that I think is 11 pages. 11 or 12 pages. Yeah, so I think the longest comics short is 12 pages. With a 10-pager, a 10 and 11 pager, I think, in close proximity. But you know, there are ones that are like just 4 pages or just 5 pages, which is great, which is easy to contend with, you know. So yeah, it's like, well, if I do these other 2 stories, they need to be short. Like, they can't be really any longer than 5 pages, because I'm just not gonna be able to, like, knock out another 10, 15 page, like 10, 12 page one, along with the other one that I still have to do and get it done in time and not potentially go insane. So I am proud of myself because I did succeed. One is 5 pages, one is 6 pages. But the 6-page one has, like, another big, like, I guess, splash page kind of final one like this. And so that is where the 6th page comes in. And everything, just because it feels like that wraps up. Oh yeah, this one's 12 pages. Sorry. But yeah, that sort of splash page kind of wraps things up narratively a lot better than if I were to take that splash page and just shrink it into, say, like a single panel, even if it was a large panel at the bottom of the page. And yeah, but so then that means that I've gone from having to do only 5 more pages after I do this, after I finish this one, to 16, because that's how math works. So, you know, I'm going to do my best. I'm going to hope that I'm able to accomplish that goal and get those other ones done. And we'll see. We'll see. I mean, I know I'll get them done eventually. Like, it's not a, oh no, if I don't do them, I'll never get them done. It's not one of those situations. It's 100% how, it's 100% wanting to get it done without, without negatively affecting myself. Obviously, the last thing that I want is to give myself, like, burnout, especially right at the start of the year. That would be really unfortunate and a really foolish mistake to make. You know, kicking the year off with burning myself out. So it's just meant moving some stuff around. So, like, I had one project that I went ahead and finished up, that was a commission that was requested by, like, a good friend of mine. And then I got that sorted, and taken care of. And then I need to, there's a different situation that I'm waiting for feedback from. So obviously I can't really do anything until I hear back from them. So that's, you know, one of those situations where it's like, hey, if this isn't an immediate pressing issue, then that frees up time for me to work on these shorts, which is what I've been doing. So that also means, for those who are a part of my Patreon, because I have a Patreon, who are my patrons, I had mentioned that, you know, I took December off from doing hate pages. One, partially because I still needed to go back and do the editing and the writing for do some more writing fixes and stuff for chapter 5 to, like, finalize that before I started drawing. And 2, because I wanted to give myself the month off from drawing hate because I had accomplished one of the big goals that I had for myself last year, which was making a considerably large buffer, and I have achieved that. I also, though, don't want to use up my buffer too soon, which I don't think I'm in danger of doing right now. But yeah, I bring all of that up to mention that because wanting to knock out these pages for these shorts and stuff means that there's a good chance that hate might be on the back burner for a little bit longer, or at least the speed read pages. So basically the people who get the pages early on Patreon originally I was hoping to have those pages, be able to have those pages ready to go in January, or start back posting those in January. But chances, I've been raided by my husband. I didn't realize you were streaming. You streamed for an hour and now you're done. You were painting. I'm so happy. You haven't gotten a chance to do that in a while. I hope you had fun. I'm just sitting here rambling about how I may or may not have made some poor choices about scheduling and wanting to get some stuff done. Completing stuff for these short comics. But yeah, so yeah, my hope is that the reality is that maybe I'll be able to get back to doing hate pages before February, but also I'm trying not to overload myself and again, don't want to start out the year with burnout. That would be horrible. So yeah, the early pages or the speed reader tiers might not start out till February. That is the word that I'm looking for. They won't start till February. But no, I colored that in on the wrong layer. Fart. Okay. I colored his tail in on the wrong layer. It was bound to happen. I don't think have I had a wrong layer moment today yet? I don't know. It was bound to happen. Nope. Wait. So I colored that part on the right layer, but not this bit. Quack. Quack of indignation. Yeah, but everyone who is already subscribed to it's the largest tier now, because I only have 2, which I explained in a previous stream, but I'll go ahead and say it now because I don't remember. I think that was the one that I said, I mentioned it in last Tuesday's, but essentially what happened is I was starting to feel overwhelmed with all of the different tiers that I had set up because I was worried with the fact that if I'm doing a monthly, like if people are paying monthly to do stuff, I should give them something every month. That's kind of how Patreon is supposed to work. However, unfortunately, because I kept splitting up stuff because I didn't want to mix up tiers, I was like, well, this will be a shorts comics tier, and this will be a behind the scenes, and this will be for like sketchbooks and stuff, and then this one over here will be for hint pages for people to read those early. And just because how scheduling and life works, I would realize that like a month would go by where I would post in, say, like every tier but one. And I realized that that's kind of not fair, obviously, to the people who are subscribed to that tier because they're paying for something and they're not really getting anything. And so after much consternation and hemming and hawing, I slammed as many of the tiers together, like all of the separate tiers together, and now I have 2 I have a $1, like, hey, I just want to support, but, like, you know, it's okay, like, here's $1 a month sort of thing, tier where you get, like, behind the scenes info, updates, you get to know what shows that I'm gonna be at or whatever early, any other things that I'm going on, like if I decide to do a Kickstarter this year. Told you I'm an overachiever. If I do decide to do a Kickstarter this year, or you know, anything like that, that kind of stuff is the stuff that they would all like. They'd all hear about it first. And the second tier is my $6 tier, and I think I've just referred to it as the comics tier, because that's what it is. You get Hank pages early, like you get Hank pages as I finish them, so ahead of what's being posted on the website. But you also get pages, you get to see these shorts, which aren't really being, aren't really, but they 100% aren't being posted anywhere else. So you get to see them early, or like as I finish them. I'm pretty sure I already told everyone on that tier as well that I'm planning on putting these as a book put together, so they found out about that before anybody else did. And yeah, so like that way, whether it's Hank pages or whether it's a different short or, you know, it's other stuff, that tier, yes, it's $6, and $6 a month, you know, for a Patreon might seem like a lot to some people, but like because of the way I've restructured it, like you're now getting something every month. Whether no matter what it is, you know, no matter what specific short or comic it belongs to, like you're getting that content, and it takes a lot of pressure off of me. so that I feel like I'm getting stuff done, I feel like I'm getting stuff accomplished, but it also doesn't feel like I'm splitting stuff into a bunch of tiny little parts and then also just overwhelming myself because it's like, oh no, I haven't made anything for like this specific tier in like months. And you know, I really need to, or what have you, and so on and so forth. So basically just trying to make life a little easier for myself, in the long run of everything. I'm going to re-roll my character and play some Baldur's Gate until I gotta feed the pets. Staying here, but I'm reading the stream. Okay, I mean, that's fine. I appreciate you continuing to hang out. And, the stream is muted. You can't hear me. I was gonna be like, wait, what character did you play last time? I forgot, because you played your character, and then we rolled a character for me, which I think was a sorcerer, because I was like, I want to do magic, and then I did what I always do in games like those. I spend 500 hours on character customization, and then I lose interest. Though in my defense this time, losing interest was more just because I was not in a headspace to really focus at the time. So I'm sure if I focused up real hard, me and Baldur's Gate would get along just fine. But yeah. So that's what's happening over on the Patreon, if you were ever curious. Not the Baldur's Gate, the combining of of tears and restructuring, because I want to make sure that people get stuff. You know, I feel like you should get, you know, not even necessarily, you know, you get what you pay for, but yeah, like, you get what you pay for. Like, you shouldn't, if you got something from me, you shouldn't. I just realized something. Did I color her shirt different? I believe I did. What layer is that on? That layer. Those small things you catch while working on other stuff. Oop. And I punched my mic again. Because I'm awesome like that. No, don't do that. Bigger brush. There we go. Okay, well. Now that I've fixed that, let's grab the color that I meant to grab. What is that? For his shirt. My phone buzzed. Why it buzzed? What'd it do? Oh my goodness. I sent something on my phone and they did not. Nope. Scream at dark, no! Oh, I almost panicked. I got an email from a convention that I'll be attending later in a couple of months. And for half a second, I thought it was them being like, be sure to sign up for blah blah blah. And I was just like, what do you mean? What do you mean sign up for? I should already be signed up for everything. Like, what mean you, sir? Sir? It's all good though, because, it was to sign up for winning an event at the convention. Which I'm not doing. Because I will be there to sell things. I will be... yes. But yeah. Also, speaking of scheduling and deadlines and stuff, I joked about this in an earlier stream, but I was tee-heeing at myself in March, or not in March, excuse me, last year, when I was looking at conventions and was wondering what I needed to do or what I was gonna do, or what have you, in preparation for like shows and stuff like that. Yeah, that should have been back there a long time ago. I don't know why I didn't do that. And how I was like, oh yeah, like, tee-hee, wouldn't it be funny if, like, you know, I got into this show and I got into this show, then I could potentially have, like, all of March completely booked with shows. And then I paid for some tables recently, after getting accepted, and looked at my calendar of events, because I was like, oh, I should probably put some stuff in my phone, like make sure that it's on like my Google Calendar, so that it's on my phone, so that if somebody asks me something, I can be like, oh yeah, like I'm totally available to do this, or I'm available to do that, or no, I can't because this is happening this weekend, or what have you. And then I quickly realized that I have booked 3 out of 4 of the weekends of March with a convention. One of which is 2 days, so at least there's that. And only one involves a considerable amount of travel. But Yeah. Oops. I may or may not have done an oopsie. Okay, well that didn't work. Yeah, so 3 out of 4 of the weekend. So March is gonna be a busy weekend. Or a busy month. Which is fine. You know what? I'm just gonna make them dark boots. I'm gonna have dark boots. Because they can. Because they can. But yeah, I oopsied. I hacked up ever so slightly, but that's fine. It'll be fine. And then I'll just come home from my last show, and then I will just plop down on the floor, and I will take the world's longest nap. I will sleep for 3 days straight. I will give myself time off. I won't think about anything else. I will cease to be perceived for multiple days in a row. That might also subconsciously be like the reason why my brain is just like, we should stream now, like a lot now, as much as possible now, because who knows when we're gonna be able to stream again. I don't know. Like I'm making a big fuss about this. I'm not too terribly worried and or pressed at this point because I'm sure it'll be fine. I'm sure I'll be fine. I'm sure everything will be fine. And then, I mean, all I've learned so far is that sometimes when left to my own devices, I'm a bit chaotic. So, you know. But yeah, the upside is I have not accidentally booked the entire month of March to do things. So I got that going for me. So it won't be every weekend in March. It'll just be most of the weekends in March, and hopefully they're gonna be good shows. Like they're all shows that have been pretty good ones to go to before. So they're for March. It's Retcon. Retcon at the beginning of the month, and then I believe next is AwesomeCon and then Playthrough Gaming Convention, or Playthrough then AwesomeCon. Okay, no, I'm incorrect. It is Retcon, AwesomeCon, and then Playthrough. Which is actually great, because then that means that on the Playthrough is the 2-day show. So I will have you know, some time to properly. Oh, I didn't notice it was doing that. I will have some time to you know, like chill out, take it easy. And whatnot. pretty quickly. Nope, I want to invert that. But yeah, pretty quickly. Nope, this the wrong layer. So I'm sure that'll be fine. I'm not too worried about that. It would also be a perfect time where I could just go down and schedule stuff with some friends and try and catch up and all that other jazz. I'm sorry, that must be... Okay, no, it's not as bad as I thought. It was like... all the hard zooming in and out is probably just like, ugh! Very disorienting. I apologize. There we go. There we go. Glad I noticed that. What layer was I on? I was over here. I was gonna fix this eye because it's bothering me ever so slightly now that it's colored in. Nope. There we go, that's what I wanted. That's better. Oh, that's on my undershirt. I thought my finger got stuck in a string and I thought it was on my sweatshirt and I was about to be very sad. I like this sweatshirt. But it's okay. Okay, try that one more again. Invert. That's what I want. That's what I wanted. Okay, let's make another layer. Nope, that's not what I wanted to do. That's fine. And it's gonna deselect it, and that's also fine. Because I'm gonna reselect that again. Okay. Now we're gonna go for soft brush. I need you to be bigger than that. No. A little bit of texture in there. And then actually, ooh, shadows are tricky. Need a bigger eraser. More like that. More like that. There we go. Oh yeah, that's gonna have to be on a different layer. I'm smart. No, I probably shouldn't be. Well, I shouldn't be cracking my knuckles, period. But I probably shouldn't be cracking my knuckles into the microphone. That would. I don't think anyone wants to hear that. Okay, well, if I'm gonna make this a full multiplied layer, I'm gonna make it the multiply layer. Put that there. No. What layer are you on? Aha. There we go. The animals have appeared. They are slowly gathering in number one by one. Actually, are all three of them up here? Angus, Tuna. I feel like Trixie is somewhere nearby, but she hasn't appeared just yet. They're all gathering because it is getting close to their dinner time, which means it is getting close to time for me. Just consider stopping for the night. Probably still gonna stream a bit onwards. Hub said that he would take care of the animals' dinner needs, so I don't need to worry about it. Unfortunately, the pets don't seem to have gotten that Oh, there's Trixie. Speak of the little devil. The pets don't seem to have gotten that memo, which I guess is fine. I'll find out soon enough when I don't move at 4 o'clock. Why don't you get on the futon? Why are you sitting in the corner pouting? You're gonna get fed shortly, I promise. He does not believe me. The bulldog is convinced that I am lying. That he will not be fed. Instead, he will continue to waste away and he will perish. Could see the look that this dog is giving me right now. I mean, I suppose you could. I would just have to turn on a webcam. I'm not doing that. I don't want. I didn't put time and effort into this digital avatar to be perceived. I don't want to be perceived. I just realized I didn't color the door. That's alright, that's an easy fix. I mean, clearly it doesn't matter as much as the main character. It's this goofy cast of characters. It's alright, at least I notice now, and not, you know, like months later. Like I did earlier today. When I realized that I had, I made an on a, oh gosh darn, I'm gonna have to, on the About Me page, on a short comic that I made last year, I did a little blurb. I'm pretty sure I copy and pasted it, which now has me wondering if it was just on that one and I was just retyping it and just didn't think, or like didn't catch it, or if now that typo is on multiple things. So I'm gonna have to look through a bunch of stuff later for the peace of mind. But yeah, I found a typo many months later. So as you can imagine, that was a great feeling to have this morning, where it's just like, oh no, oh no, I hecked up. I hecked up. Oh no. Is it the worst heck up ever? No. Is it like I take solace in the fact that like it's not an excuse, but it's just an acknowledgement of reality. I'm doing this all by myself. I don't have a I don't have like a someone to come up behind me and check stuff. So I have to do, I sometimes enlist the assistance of my husband, of the Dear Hubs. He is a wonderful proofreader from time to time, but like, I don't have him proofread everything because, I mean, one, he has his own job, and, you know, after coming home and doing his job all day, he's not necessarily gonna want to proofread my stuff. And two, sometimes just because of how deadlines work, like, I just gotta get stuff done. Also, like, again, I'm the main person knocking this stuff out and getting this stuff done. Well, main person, I'm the only person knocking this stuff out and getting this stuff done. And so there's bound to be at least one or two moments where, you know, a tiny typo is gonna slip through, because I am human and I make mistakes. So, I mean, it's bound to happen. I'm not too terribly fussed about it. It gave me a good laugh this morning, once the initial embarrassment wore off. And, you know, anyone who did notice it was kind enough not to say anything. And, you know, that's really the most that I could dare to hope for in that kind of situation, is that they were kind enough to just be like, you know what? It's okay. It's not the most egregious thing. It's not anything we need to, you know, bring to her attention in a negative way. I'm sure she caught it. She will catch it. Many months later. It has been caught. It has been fixed. So now whenever I go to use that bit of, I don't know if you would consider it ad copy, but when I go to use that, now that edit will be fixed and no longer a problem. And I can sleep at night knowing that, you know, it just adds that extra bit of touch. I mean, how many times have I read, like, you know, a professionally published book and it still has, like, a typo or two in it? enough times to not feel bad about it. So, and they've got like a bunch of people checking over their stuff, so, you know. But yeah, I thought it was funny. Again, once I got over the initial swing of embarrassment, it's like, oh no! How long has this been there? How many people have seen this? How many people now think that not only can I not spell, but I can't grammar? But it's alright. Because again, if that's the worst that's happened, I think I can live with that. Angus, my sweet bean. What's that sound? There they go. Now they believe me. And because I put them in the other one, I am going to self-indulge and I'm going to put fireflies in this one too. So you know what? I'm gonna put them on their own layer. be smaller. For sure. It's smaller. Oh, alright, and then right before we hit the 6 hour mark, I feel like that's a pretty good place to stop. Pretty pleased with how that came out. And everything. I like how I just chastised myself for cracking my knuckles on stream, and then I went and did it again. But yeah, I think that's a good place to stop. Thanks for everybody who came and swung through and said hello, everyone who chatted. Unless I come up with some more pages in the next couple hours. I probably won't be streaming again until I have a batch of pages that I need to color. So until then, thanks again for stopping by. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna turn that off, and then we're gonna boop that one. As I turn off chat and I turn off my little thing. But yeah, like I said, this stream, just like all the others, are going to be exported and uploaded to my YouTube channel. Right now, there's nothing super special over there on the YouTube channel. It's just where I am dumping all of my streams once they're over, since as of right now, they only hang out on Twitch for 7 days after the stream. So if you're not able to catch one and you want to catch up later, you can go over there to YouTube, Art by QB at YouTube, and find any of the streams there. You can also find me at Art by QB anywhere else on the internet, including Instagram, Facebook, Blue Sky, and that little black kidney bean is the new logo for Patreon. You can see my portfolio and other comics and stuff that I have done at artbyqb.com, and also you can follow my webcomic at haintcomic.com. It updates every Tuesday, and yeah, so if does that interest you, please feel free to drop by. Like I said, thank you for coming by. Thanks for hanging out with me today on this really pretty snowy day. I hope you guys have a great rest of the day and a great evening, and I will see you guys next time. Bye.